Just take a little break there again. Sorry about that. Okay, so we just drove all these tuning pins down, and then I kind of leveled them out, spot leveled. I mean, I might pick at them here and there if I see one that I think is higher or something, but they're pretty good and level at this point. And our Beckett bends are at 9 o'clock, and I was crimping the Beckett bends. So I'm going to continue crimping those here from where I left off. It's right here. Maybe. So this doesn't take long, and it's important for the strings to stabilize more quickly. Ah, there's where we left off, right there. Just pushes that Beckett bend into the tuning pin all the way. Otherwise, from the rotation of it, the stresses of it, it kind of pulls it out a little bit, okay? Alright, that looks good. Okay. I like to do this with two hands so I don't accidentally drop the tool on the plate and make a boo-boo. Just a few more here, and then we're done with this part. Again, saving lots of time, not having to set down a tool and pick it up again by doing all of them at once, like this. So I'm using parallel pliers for this. I just use them because they're nice and polished. They're not going to damage the string, and they're parallel when they're open like that. So anyway, I mean you can use other stuff, but I like these, and it's kind of a pinch and a roll with the direction of the wind to help get these into place. Sometimes it's just a pinch, but sometimes you kind of just roll it slightly a little bit in the direction of that wind. It helps tease that Beckett right into the hole where it should go. Here we go. Now I'm going to do this step once again after they're tighter. But if you don't do it now, you run into, you won't be able to get it in tight enough. It'll make a secondary bend and you'll be stuck. Hey, guess what? I didn't turn this pin. I didn't turn this one all the way to 9 o'clock. Not sure why there, but we will now. Okay, now it's at 9. Okay, now this part. So those were easy steps, right? Pound the pins in, crimp the Beckets. Now what we're looking at here is what we need to do. Now you need to understand that the coil, to be tight together and to be at the correct height, lifted up to the correct height, the string needs to be tight enough to keep it where we lift it, right? But we don't want it so tight. I also am working towards getting all the becket bends to the same rotation and have the pitch be where it needs to be. Between, you know, because remember the wires, all of these wires are for the most part, are shared. Right? We anchor on one pin, it comes around, then it comes and becomes another wire. Right? So the tension between those two, we want to even so that when we rotate these pins, they're roughly going to be at the same rotation. Okay, so this is how I'm going to go about doing that. Okay, so first of all, let me show you. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on the strings back here. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to zoom in down here, and you're going to watch. I'm going to work right to left today doing this, okay? And you see how these wires are kind of curved out, right? Because they're not very tight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lift this wire, this coil, up where a little higher than it needs to be. I'm going to lift it as high as I can, but somewhat gently. Now I'm going to tighten this wire until it starts to straighten. Right about there. Okay? And that might have been a little bit overboard. Let's go just right there. Then I'm going to go to its partner and do the same thing. Okay? Oops. And again, it needs to be tight enough for the coil to stay up tight around the pin where we want it, but not so tight. Okay, now I'm going to listen. Those aren't too far apart from each other, actually. That's pretty good. But what I'm going to do at this stage, what I would do is I would space the strings out, okay? But I'm going to go ahead right now. I'm going to do that same thing that I just did to the whole piano first, okay? So I'm going to go here. I'm going to lift the coil, tighten until the one side starts to get tight, and then tighten the other side. And I'm going to stop where I tighten the other side. I tighten it till the becket bends are in the same place relative to each other. Okay. So here we go again. So we've done those first several. So we're going to do this. There, it starts to tighten. I'm going to back off it and go to the next one. Oops. We're really close in pitch there. That's really good. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. That's going to be the next step, okay? So at first, the highest ones I did were ending up at about the 12 o'clock position, the becket bend was. But now they're ending up more like 11 or 10, which is more typical. So the highest strings will do something slightly different, maybe. You'll get different things, different areas of the piano. Now, if I don't get these tight enough, the coils won't stay up, okay? And I don't want to have to go back through. I want to avoid that as much as possible. Now, as I'm working my coil lifter tool underneath these coils, I'm very careful not to scratch the paint. And that might not be something that shows on camera, but is going on behind the scenes a little bit there, okay? Okay. What did I do here? All right, so I'm going to hold this up. And we're just going to continue on. These are still very, very low of the pitch that they're going to end up at. Right? They're feeling really good in the block, nice and tight. So the height you choose to pound your pins in can make a difference as to how well this all works out. You know, you need to choose the correct height for it. So we're going to get in a rhythm here. We're just going to be pulling these all the same. Gives you a feel for how tight they are currently. Oops, that one got a little tighter. So they don't sound very tight, but in actuality, there's quite a lot of tension on these where it is. Just not anywhere close to where it's going to be a pitch. See how close those were in pitch? That's a good sign. Good sign that we're on the right track. When I say close in pitch, I mean relative to each other, just in case that wasn't very clear. Okay, so let's see what you're looking at here. See if you can keep following me here on this. So are you able to see these start to straighten out? So this section here, let me go out a little bit. This section here is still loose, right? And this is a little bit tighter. So maybe you can kind of see the whole thing, what I'm doing now. Putting my tool in carefully. Pulling until that gets straight, and going to its neighbor, to its partner on the other side. And then making adjustments as needed, you know. If it's like, oh, I didn't go far enough or whatever, I'll tighten it a little bit. And hopefully the coils will still stay, you know, where we want. Okay. And again, it's somewhere between 10, and honestly, as I'm doing this, I'm realizing it's somewhere between 10 and 12 where these will get tight enough for the coil to stay up. And there'll be some variation, more than likely, on that. Okay. Yeah, I'm turning these less than a quarter turn, obviously, because we were at 9 o'clock and we're going between 10 and 12 at this point to get them tighter. All right, now I'm just going to turn on the gas. Stop talking. I'm just going to go for it. And this one we already tightened. Remember to tack the bar down. It's an octave and a fifth there. So I'll move down to the next section. Just check our camera view. I can't tell. I forgot where we went on that. Okay, you know, I don't need this thing to pull wire from anymore. We're done with that. I'll remove that. It'll help us get a better view. Okay. So we're moving right along here. Moving right along. Okay, so these going to be the same idea here. These back lengths. Look really closely at these as I tighten one. You'll see it start to straighten, and then I go to the other. Okay. So I'm going to do this whole next section. Thrilled if you're joining us here tonight. And these aren't going to balance perfectly because sometimes you have to tighten the first one a little tighter than ideal in order for the coil to stay up. Like sometimes it'll get caught here. This is where the string hook comes in really handy. Just sort that out right there. But what am I doing here now? Okay, so this will be the first one of this string there. Anyway, don't expect it to come out like perfectly. If you want those becket bends to be in the same spot from each, you know, with their neighbor, sometimes there's a little bit of fussing as we tighten it to achieve that. But that's why I say it's extra credit at this point. We're going to be really, really close. We're probably at, you know, what would be like expectations for factory spec already. Just if we tighten the things, you know, as far as how similar you'd find it, like for a new Steinway. Now, why don't I just say, well, tighten it to 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock on each one of these, because there will be some variations in reality. So that's why I don't do that, because as you get down lower, especially down in the low tenor, what happens is sometimes you don't have to tighten those strings as much to get them up to pitch. So sometimes you might do it to the same position thinking, oh, well, all these other notes were at that position, but down there it's a little different, and you might end up pulling a string sharper than what you intended. Okay, so move to this other view here. For me, anyway, different view. just right where it starts to tighten, and you can tell with a little bit of practice and experience, you'll tell, okay, the coil fell, it wasn't tight enough. And you know, if some of the coils fall, not a big deal, I can loosen and retighten them, but it just creates more work. You want to have this just come out as nicely as possible the first time, just to avoid extra work. That's no problem. See, and those are the same. So really, we're doing really well so far on this piano. I think it'll turn out really nice with consistency that I'm seeing so far. Where I make a mistake a lot of time is on the first one that I turn between the, there's two ends, right, to each one, since they're a shared string. The first one I'll pull too far, and then it kind of massages the wire around and it's just too uneven. So that's usually where I'll make a mistake when I'm going to make a mistake. Not on purpose, obviously. That's why it's called a mistake. Just check here. So those seem like, oh, really different, but it's so low in pitch right now that it's not going to be different. I'm going to go a little further here, and you'll hear. Now they're exactly the same, and the Beckett bends are right at 12, which is what we want. It will complete, the coil completes at 3 o'clock, because that's where it comes off the side of the pin, basically, right? At 3 o'clock, if you follow. Okay. There in this middle section, they're turning out really consistent, right about 10, 11 o'clock. Each time is just right. Now the coil lifter that you have makes all the difference for me. Now here's my problem. Okay, this coil lifter is what I use, and it works really, really well. It's really thin. I can get it under there in between the pins and everything without damaging the plate. I don't have to pull too hard. It's offset. I can pull up. Here's my problem is I cannot get the same coil lifter from the supply houses. Now I haven't had any made, but if you want one, I'll get some made because I've had the same problem. I can't do the same process without this coil lifter. This one, next. Okay, and that one we've already tightened. Okay, excuse me for 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right, so here we go. New lift coils. I'm going to go from this side. You can see maybe. I'll bring you right next to me, actually. You can kind of see from the coil lifting side. But I do think, yeah, the coil lifter tool makes all the difference. And I've not been able to find one to buy new, which is good. So that's problematic. But I did buy. I'll show you something I got. Now I got this one. I thought, well, that looks really similar. Let me show you here. I thought, well, that looks really similar to the profile on the bottom of the one I have. And this pinches, so you lift and it pinches it down from the top at the same time. But the problem is it takes up a little bit more room here widthwise, so I can't get it into tight spaces in a situation where all the tuning pins are already driven in. But let me give it another try. Let me just see if I can do anything with it here today. Give it a whirl here. You know, it might be that I can only just not use it. Yeah, it's just a little harder because I don't want to scrape up the plate. Oh, there, I got that. Let's see here. All right, well, it's just a little. Let me see where it actually puts the coil height here on this one. I mean, it kind of puts it in exactly this would ideally be perfect because it'll put the coil exactly where it needs to be, and I wouldn't even have to like tap down on them as much afterwards. But I mean, it's working. It's very vertical, which I like. The last time I picked it up, I think I must have been where the pins were a little tighter. And I thought to myself, oh shoot, I can't get it in there. But right here it's doing fine, I think. Keep trying here, keep working. Okay, see some promise. This was kind of an expensive tool, if I remember. Hey, perfect as far as the pitch there. And I didn't quite lift it up where I wanted there. I'm going to go back to mine because it's faster. I'm more used to it. It slips underneath the strings a little bit easier. It's a little more polished. That other one's a little rough. Now I could polish it. I certainly could do that, but this one just is a little bit faster for me here. Let's see here. So in this area, it is very hard to have it tight enough where the coil stays, but not rob from the. Oh, that one did okay actually, but not pull the first one too tight. It's a little more challenging. But again, I'm doing like no damage to the plate, which is good. I'm just going to even these ones out a little bit. Those were very uneven. Let's see. I'm gonna pluck these two beforehand. Okay, they're both really loose. Maybe I'm just going too far. Maybe I'm just pulling that first one too far is my problem. Yeah, maybe. But even then, I barely pulled that one. So these, if you really want the Beckett bend in the same place on these, you gotta monkey with it a little bit. But we can do that here at the next step. I'm just kind of playing with it. There we go. So yeah, so these won't need to rotate as far as the treble did because they don't need to be pulled as far until they're at pitch. It's a lower tension note in general. Sorry, you can just go straight through and do this, but I'm just kind of playing with these a little bit, seeing if I can figure out. So this, if I pull it to the 10, that's about where we want to be, I think. You know, it's not a bad idea just to kind of listen where you're at as you go. Listen while you work, kind of a thing. Those are pretty close. Whole step to be exact, right? Now one of these I've already tightened up to pitch. I want to make sure I don't, you know, over tighten that wherever it is. All right, get my tools starting to get a little tight in here. Starting to get a little tight. Just be patient, be gentle with the plate. Don't make a ding in it. Okay, this one's already tight. And that's where we're at. Okay, I'm going to bring you a little closer zoomed in here. So you can kind of see the pin rotation. Oops. All right. So we were right here. We're carrying on here. I work this around the pin carefully as I go. So again, the goal is tighten them enough, just enough where the coils will stay tight and not drop, fall down. So we're going from where the Beckett's at about 9 o'clock to where it's at about 10 o'clock is all. On these. Up here, at the very top, it was more like 12 o'clock before it was tight enough. what I'm kind of doing is these, I'll show you here. I'll show you from the top here. These pins, where am I? I'm about right here. So we have the rows, the diagonal rows of pins that just kind of coincidentally line up. So I'm basically turning them to be straight with that diagonal, if you can tell that. See? The ones I've done already. This one was already tightened, that's why it's already up to pitch all the way. That's why it's different. But that's what I'm doing basically. That's about where I'm pulling it before I pull the next one. So here I would lift the coil and rotate it just a little further, about 1/8 of a turn to where it's there, and then do the same to the other. That's what I'm doing. It just gives you a close-up view, right? So finish that off. Here we are. Now there may come a point, depending on the piano, where I won't be able to fit my coil lifter in between the pins because they're too close together. Okay? And if that becomes the case, then what we're going to do is use the string hook to lift the coil up, because it's smaller and can get into tight spaces. This is also stiffer wire. I think that's another reason why it doesn't take quite as much rotation to get it tight enough to hold the coil up. Most common mistakes here are doing damage to the plate. Using a tool that's not well suited for this, or just not being careful enough and dinging up the plate. Now, how your plate is finished makes a difference with what kind of product. I have worked with our refinishers to come up with a product that's really good. It reminds me of the new Steinways more. It's more forgiving. It doesn't chip so bad. In fact, it doesn't chip really, and it's pretty durable actually. So here we're getting into the realm where it's difficult. These pins get closer together. It's a tighter fit here with the tools and everything. But still, so far so good. I can still get in there fine. Just tighter. I am still looking downstream here to the tails of my wires as I'm doing this. To be sure, this wire is really stiff. You have to pull a little bit harder, but to be sure that I'm not over tightening something, just kind of watching it snug up just in case. Make sure everything makes sense. You get down to these lowest notes with this really thick wire. We're into size 19 now, and it hardly takes it. Like some of these might already be to pitch when I go to check them, just from this rotation that I'm putting on it right now. Some of them could even be just a little sharp a pitch, which is fine. That's not enough to fatigue them if you're doing what I'm doing here, taking them to this like 10 o'clock point. You know, we're not that far off from where that pitch is going to be. Okay, so on this piano with the pin pattern that we had, I've been able to get my tool everywhere I want to, but some you just can't, and that's fine. You just use a string hook and you lift the wire from just as it's going onto the pin, you can achieve kind of the same thing here. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to show you this up close, what we ended up with at this point, okay? Just so you can see the process. Okay, let's look at where the Beckett bends are right now. Okay, so here we are on the lowest tenor. They ended up right at about 10, and it's kind of the same story throughout. And these are all tight enough to hold the coil up. Now, the pitch on them is all over the place. Now, these we've already tightened, remember? That's why they're in a different position. These two, we already tightened them up to pitch to hold down the bar. But all the rest are kind of at the 12. Now, you notice as I go up higher, it's going to get closer to 11s and even 12. See, now we're like at 11 on average. There's 12, 11. You have to pull these higher strings a little tighter. Now, these were already tight to hold down the bar, so they've already been tightened to pitch all the way. So was this one. Same thing. But yeah, so now we're at like 11:30, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. You know, 11:30, 12. These were already tight, those two, all the way to pitch. So that's kind of the pattern that you can expect as you tighten these up. Someone says something's a little flat. There's a, I think it's all a little flat. Anyway, so that's what you can expect, the way it'll kind of array. It's just the way these strings are designed and the way they'll tighten up. But when we get them all the way to pitch, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, no, you're fine, AV. It was just kind of, there's a few here flat. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate the participation there. Okay, so now what's the next step? We've got them tightened to the point of where the coils will stay up, okay? I really got to plug in this phone. Let me bring this, let me bring you over to the old whiteboard, okay? All right, so this is where we're at. So we turned them all to 9 o'clock. We drove the pins down. We crimped the Beckett band where it was hanging out. We crimped it in tight, okay? Then with the coil lifter, we lifted it and tightened it until it started to straighten about 10 o'clock. Now we would revise this from 10 to 12 o'clock, somewhere in there, right? Now we're going to pluck each string, but actually there's a step before this, okay? We're going to pluck each string, and whichever string is higher in pitch, we're going to tighten that one first and then tighten the other one up to take up some of the slack so that they end up rotating the same, okay? So we're tightening the high string, you know, so that we end up with something like this once it's to pitch. But there's really another step in here that I didn't put. Before I tighten this all the way, I'm going to rough align the strings because they're loose enough but tight enough that it will really help our process, okay? So let's go back and do that. And I'm going to get this thing plugged into the power. I really want to have this all streamed, but well, my battery's fighting against me today, and I can't get a I can't go get a, what do you call it, a fast charge wall outlet here. Okay, you go, yeah. All right, appreciate that comment. All right, what do we got here battery-wise? We're charging, okay. Okay, bear with me one moment. I'm just trying to bring the brightness down on my phone in an attempt to save the battery. Okay, so now I'm going to rough align these strings, okay? I'm going to zoom you in, and you can kind of see. Actually, I'm going to start on this top section, and you'll start to see what I'm doing with this. While the strings are somewhat loose but still tight enough to follow their correct path, in, sort of a straight way. I'm gonna rough align them. Now, I have this tool. It's made out of an A-graft that I ground down. That's the same spacing as what we would have in the A-graft. This is what we want up here for the most part. But I'm gonna run this here, like so, and because these strings are loose enough, yet tight enough, sometimes, it'll correct them a little bit. It's not gonna make it perfect, okay? But it'll get me close, and then I can follow through with the screwdriver. And this is wood, so it doesn't really, hurt the paint here behind me. It's on the bar. Now this isn't like a magic whatever. It's not going to just perfectly space them all, okay? But with just one stroke or something like that. I want to go in detail a little bit in a second about how I align strings. I'm going to show you my view, and I think you might appreciate it because it's a good way, I think. Okay. Before we go and do that, I'm just gonna just do one pass of getting this tool through here, spreading these a little bit, just to do an initial spreading, okay? All right. Go, and I'm gonna just, you can't see, I'm gonna carry that on through this next section where I can. Sometimes I can't get the tool on. That's okay. All right, I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna align the first few the way I would do so. But I'm gonna need a screwdriver, a flat screwdriver. Because sometimes they're so close together, I can't get that tool in between them. Okay. Now bear in mind that these strings aren't nearly as tight as they're going to be, some of them, and so as we tighten them, they will form a straighter line than they currently are. But this is they're tight enough to start going on this, to get a good start here. I just want to get a few examples here so I can talk through what I'm doing, then I'll cruise through it. Interesting. Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what we have so far. Now, again, I don't want to go nuts with this. This is not going to be a perfect alignment. I don't want to take too much time doing it because when these strings pull tighter, it's going to manifest that I need to change it a little bit. But let me show you here with this. Okay. All right, so, sorry, I'm juggling some parts here. Okay. Okay, I like to look down from the string here. Yeah, that other coil lifter was Bolduc, yes. Okay, so what I do, I have a string. I want basically a straight line from the speaking length bridge pin here all the way to the tuning pin, which just plugs in the way of to the tuning pin. Now, one good way to get these all, okay, so I've determined this straight line. Let's say I get this first note spaced the way I want it. Okay, they're all running straight virtually. Okay, well, then what I do with the next string over this one here, this one, I'm going to make him parallel to this one. And that should be where it's straight. And then the second one parallel to the second one of the previous note, and so on and so forth. So let me show you the pattern that you start to get when you do that, right? Now, I kind of want the same spacing over here too. So I have to use my screwdriver or whatever here to space, but also on this side. But look, these pins are splayed out a little different than these. So they're a little further apart. There's nothing I can do about that, okay? It's going to be what it is on this piano that way. It's just the way those pins were, where the plate was drilled. But that's what I'm doing. See, when I might start with something like this, you can see this dog legs underneath this bar. It kind of goes down and up very, very slightly. Let me show you a worse one. Look, the spacing's too close together there. Right? This one, it kind of dog legs the other way. It goes up and down. So I'm straightening all these out. This one here doesn't make a straight line. It goes down and then up, okay? So that's what I'm working on here, but I do need to bring my display down, and it's hard to show that on the camera, so I'm just going to let you look at this side of it, and you can look at the spacing here as I start to improve that. These are way too close together, which often happens because that's where the bar ends and the felt is up there really high, right in between the next piece of felt. So you can, there it's going to be a little bit crammed, but you try and space it right here on the bar, or at least I do. Try and space it there a little bit better, okay? Like so. So I'm just going to now quickly go through and get these close, because they're going to change a little bit. But it would be nice if they were really, really close to where I want them to end up in the end, right? I just think that would be really nice. And this gets addressed again, not only from stringing, but also then when you put the hammers on, it gets addressed again. Because then you might need to make some adjustments to that straight line just to accommodate the hammers being evenly spaced the way they need to. But this is where we begin with the process. Just making a straight line from the bridge pin to the tuning pin. Okay. Alright, that section's just about there. Just tweak a few things. And again, following parallel corresponding strings is a good way to work on it. Okay. So that's a real good start for that section. Some of these won't stay in place because the string's not quite tight enough to hold them in place yet. But at least they're spread out and it'll make the job easier. Same thing here. I'm being careful, obviously, when I do this, not to do damage to the paint surfaces. I think it'd be neat for you. I'm gonna close up on this section where I'm at. Show you. This is where it's kind of how it starts. They're all kind of whatever, right? Where we have them now. Not spaced evenly, not spaced evenly along there. And that's what we're improving, so it'll look more like this section as we go. Look at the spacing here on this side where the hammer's gonna hit. And then over here, they're spaced out more evenly from each other, okay? So that's what we're working on. Get you over to this section. I think my charger's still there. Yeah, okay. All right. Now this tool doesn't always work great, but it can get us close sometimes. Start from far enough back here. we go. So, looking good so far. It's pretty good. I think we've just about got what we need for our first pass of alignment here. See, I move that whole thing there. Yeah, now's where this tool really shines. When they're far enough apart that I can make a pass at it from the back. I haven't used this tool a ton, so I'm learning it here, but that's definitely the way to do it. Go from the back, stroke it in, get the note where you want it spaced, and then it'll smooth it up right there. So that's pretty even. My goodness, it's even. Okay. Let's see if I can do the same thing back here. If these strings were tighter up to pitch, you wouldn't be able to do this as easily. For sure. Okay. Just doing the top section again. I'll show you the finished results here in a sec from the top view. This tool's brass, so it's really soft. I can rub it across that bar and it's no big deal, really. Okay, try this one more time. All right, that's good enough. I'm nitpicking it even more than what we need to do at this point. So let me show you what we got there. Okay, so I'll just make a pass over here. So now these are fairly evenly spaced. And on both sides, and it's a fairly straight line from the bridge pin to the tuning pin, and they make those patterns where one goes into the next there. All right. So I'm going to keep going on. In this section, the A graph spaces the notes out, right? So it's not as as big a deal, the spacing. All I'm going to do here is just take my screwdriver on this red felt and spread. I don't need to worry about the other side, obviously, because the A graph does that for us. So I'm just going to spread these and make them even at this point. Okay. Just making sure they're kind of like it's a wedge shape, right? The wire each wire pulls in towards the center there. And the center one's basically straight in the middle. And if I don't do this now, boy, it could be really hard to get these to move later because they really can bite into the felt. And, with such high tension, it's harder. I can do it, but it's just a lot less comfortable to work on than right now. It makes sense to do it now. Okay. Go to a different view so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. Okay, that's good enough. Those are fairly evenly spaced now. That one's not quite, but that's because these two are already tight. So these others will pull in to look like that, but that's really good spacing. To me, I like it. Maybe I'll pull this apart a little bit there. Something like that. But that's going to pull in tight again as we tighten that note. So there we go. All right, so now what I'm going to do is we're going to work at tuning up the pitches a little bit, okay? So we'll start here. Those Beckett bends down here are about, actually what I want to do, I want to get a pitch reference so that I'm close, okay? And look, that tuning of that duplex is pretty good. Not that one. Obviously it moved a little bit. I can shove that bar back a little bit. Let's see if we can. Just 1 second here. So what's happened, the bar has not actually moved a lot front to back, but I think it just has a different pressure on the string than it did before. I'm going to attempt to gently push it just a little bit. There's no way. I think we chose that pitch on that one. So they're not all going to be, the duplexes are not all going to be tuned, but it's going to work great. It's going to sound great as a piano. All right, I might quickly go through here and see if there's any wires that are caught on an edge of a bar or something like this one. I have to pull that up over. Just so that when I tighten it, it doesn't move something around that we don't want it to. I think we're good here. Okay, I think we're pretty good. So now, I'm going to get a pitch reference. Okay, that's our pitch reference for this note here. Notice it's dropped a half step since yesterday. And I don't need to be really close, right? Okay, now I'm going to pluck the strings of the next two strings, which are of the same, they're of the same wire, okay? Of course, my air compressor's not going to help us here, but hopefully you can hear it. Now these should be a half step from each other, but they're more like a whole step. La, la, right, re, do. So this one is tighter relative to where they should be than this one. So I'm going to tighten this one first, but not by much. There, now I'll show you on this one. So by doing it in that order, I was able to get this Beckett bend like that, and then the same right there, okay? Now, they're basically the same pitch. I'm gonna bring them up slowly together to up to this pitch, or close to it. There, now you'll notice that these, where's my finger? There's the left one of the wire, and there's the right one. They're rotated. Same way the becket bends are in the same place on that one. Now, this one's been stretching for a while, and we've tightened it. This will eventually get there, that same place, okay? So now I'm going to go through and just tune these down. Do the same thing. The middle one's higher. We'll pull it up first. Now those are even. You'll just have to believe me right now. Same thing. Okay, this one, the middle one's higher, so I'm going to pick it up first. Then do the other one. Same pitch, right? Now these are two different notes. So they should be a half step from each other. They are a half step from each other. So I'm going to tighten. I'm going to tighten them both in tandem just a little bit, you know, to preserve that. To preserve that relationship. You see that? Now the pins are rotated the same and the pitch is correct, okay? Next one. There, now they're rotated the same. Now the pitch, as I go, it's going to drop fast. So even though I'm just kind of by ear doing half steps, right? And it's going to change. That's not a... See, it's going to go all over the place. But I just need to be close, okay? And I don't want to be excessively high, that's for sure. Okay, next two. They sound the same, so I'm going to just go in tandem, like back and forth a little bit. I'm going to tune that one to the same pitch because I know that it's probably already dropped a lot. So I'll do that every once in a while just to keep them up to the right tension. Okay, next one. Oops. Okay, the right one's higher. I'm going to tune it up first considerably. Almost all the way. Now I'm going to turn the other one. Right, that's a half step, and they're rotated the same. Great. So if you catch what I'm doing, remember these wires are one wire that goes around the hitch pin and becomes two strings. Sometimes it'll be the same pitch, sometimes it'll be straddled between two notes and a half step apart from each other. So I'm just tightening them up correctly so that the rotations will end up the same, okay? Okay, these are the same. So it doesn't matter, and I already have the rotation the same, so I'm just going to tighten them up in tandem. Okay, good. These are the same too. We did a good job, you know, basically is what this is telling us. Those are a half step. So I'm going to go back and forth. I'm not going to go very far with them, you know. Okay, next two. Okay, the left one's higher. I'll tune it first just a little bit, but not much. Now I'll do the right one because it's higher first. There, next two. Okay, I'll tune that higher pitched one first. Still higher, I'll keep going with that one. I'm going to go all the way. There we go. Next two. Those are the correct relationship, a half step, and they're straddling two notes. Still correct. All right, so I'm just going to keep going up, back and forth. Okay, that one, it got a little off. Okay, good. Next two. Okay, I'll tune the higher pitched one first. Then the middle one. Oops. It's not a fine tuning, so don't worry about that. Those are the same, so we can just go little by little on them, each one there. Now one's higher pitched, so I'm gonna pull that one first. Okay, next two. Okay, that should be a half step and it's not. So I'm going to tune the higher pitch one first. Then the next one. That's what we need on that one. Okay, carrying on. Those are the same, okay. Look at that. These were already tightened back when we tuned the duplex bar, but they've dropped a lot in pitch. Okay, moving on. Okay, the right one's higher. We'll tune that one first. Whoops. Ah. You just have to keep track of what string you're on. Okay, that's correct. You just need Okay, we tune the higher pitch one first. Lower down here, they don't seem to affect each other as much. So it's a little bit harder to kind of do what I'm doing, but so we're going to tune that one all the way before we do the other one. Okay, now they're close, they're close. Tune the higher pitch one first. Okay, we'll just call that good. Whoa, okay, we'll do the higher pitch. Higher pitch one first. Those should be a half step and they are a half step. So we'll keep going here. I know this might be a little hard to follow, but I've got to get it done anyway. So, okay, a half step, that should be a half step, so we're just going to go a little bit by little bit. So, so. Okay, you tune the high pitch one first. But look, the pitch didn't change at all on that other one. As I say, it's kind of harder to move them around in this lower section. I'm going to get a pitch reference because my tendency when I'm going down by half steps by ear, I do them too small. So I don't want it to be too sharp here. So I'm going to get a pitch reference here. We are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 notes up from note 27. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10. So we should be, actually we're still low, so that's good. The pitch should actually be right here. So we're in good shape. Okay, next one. The second one is considerably higher. We're going to tune that one first. good enough. Then we'll tune the next one up the other side of that string. And that put our rotation about in the same spot. Okay, next one. Okay, I'm going to tune the higher pitch one first. Let's go all the way. Let's see what that does for us. Okay, that's good. They're in the same, we're doing really well actually. This rag is a little bit in the way right now. Let's pull the rag out. Okay. So that first one should be a half step lower than this next one. And it's a whole step higher, so we're definitely going to pull that one up first. And I'm going to use the other one as a reference, and I need to be a half step lower. Okay, now I'll tune this other one that we didn't tune yet, and it should be up here. Okay, next two. Okay, we'll tune up the higher pitch one first. Then the one we didn't tune yet. Next. Okay, we'll tune up the higher pitch one first. Then the one we didn't tune should be up here. Pretty good. Oh, those are the same pitch, but they actually should be a half step apart from each other on this one. So that means the bottom one's higher, so I'm going to pull that one up first, then the other one. Okay, next. Pull up the higher pitch one. Pull the higher pitch one. And the next one. Okay, next. Okay, the second one was higher. Okay. Other one. Okay, one string left. All right, the first one was higher. So this is before chipping up, okay? If you've heard of chipping up the piano to pitch. I mean, yes, we're chipping it up to pitch, but this is before the actual chipping process. Right now, we're just tightening them enough to keep these coils up to set the coil height where we want and have those coils all together. Then we're going to go through here in a second, and the chipping up will occur after. I'm going to get a fresh reference note again so we can start working on this treble and upwards, okay? So I'm going to just go to my other piano here that I have. If I didn't have the other piano, I would use a piano app on my phone. That's sufficient. Okay, so there's our pitch reference for here. That's about where we should be. Okay, now here's that string was a single string tied over here. Now we have our first shared string. We're going to listen to the pitches. So I'm going to go middle and then the right string. Okay, the middle string's significantly higher, so I'm going to tune that up first. I'm going to keep going all the way because they were so different. Okay, now I got the rotation close enough for me. Now I'm going to keep going. Okay, I'm going to go with the higher one. And the next one. Okay, now up here, when you pull on one string, it robs from the other string a lot more than down in the low tenor, because it's a lot higher tension deal. So you have to just anticipate that. So don't go quite as far. I went too far there. It's not a problem, but I mean, I went farther than I wanted to. This should be a half step, and it's not. So I'm gonna go with the highest one first. Just one pull, basically, and listen to it. There, those worked out really well. But now I'm going to tune it up to pitch. Now this one should be a half step higher. There we go. Okay, next one. Okay, tune the higher one first. Just one pull, like about an eighth of a turn is a pull. Okay, good. Next. Okay, higher one first. For one thing. Okay. Now we're gonna go. Where do we need to be? We need to be a half step higher than this pitch. That's close enough to a half step. Now tune the other side of the string to match this. Sometimes just a hit is all it takes, right? Those are the same pitch, but this one on the right should be higher. So I'm going to tune the left one first. It should be a half step difference. So the lower one is higher relatively. Okay, we're going to go, what are we going to do? We're going to tune this one. Now I'll tune the other one up to this pitch. And they're basically the same rotation, okay? Those are the same, so these will just go in tinier things. So I'll pull them up even, and then I'll go then I'll go the other, so I'll do 1 and 2, and then I'll do 2 and 1 back and forth when they're already even. Okay, great. Next one. Okay, well, it's just a little bit higher. But we'll accommodate that. Now that one's higher, so we need to do that one first. And our reference has probably fallen. We are flat of where this note will be right now. Okay, these are way low, but I'm going to pull these up to where we can hear. Okay, so now this one's higher on the right, but actually I over-rotated that one a little bit. So they're actually just right, just about right. So I'm going to go, so we should be a half step higher than this. There. You know, not quite a half step, but close enough. Good. Next. Those are the same. So we'll just go back and forth, listen to it, and go. That's close enough. Okay. It's hard to tell which one's higher on that one, isn't it? It's almost like we didn't pull the coil up on that, but we did. We did. Okay, now that one's higher, so next one. Go a little higher than that. I should be a half step higher than this. That's not quite a half step, but that's okay. Go just a little higher. But I'm telling you, we're way flat. I can tell by the intensity of the sound, it's not very intense. It's kind of mellow, you know, compared to like, see? So I'm okay to go a little higher than where I'm at. So the way I'm going to deal with that is I'm going to I'm going to go a half step higher than I'm just going to jump up a half step and then keep going. Okay. All right, those are basically the same, really loose, right? Okay. Yeah, that's good enough. It's a good pitch. Sounds like it rings and is. That's probably closer to the pitch that that note's actually going to be. Where am I? Right there. That's good sustain for that part of the piano, by the way. Even with a big old rag on the soundboard. Okay. Pull this next one up. That was kind of an aside, but. Okay. Those are the same, which means those should be a half step apart because this wire straddles two notes. So I'm going to tune up the lower one first and then the next one. Whoa, that went way sharp, didn't it? So I mean, honestly, that actually probably was fine pitch-wise, but what's not fine is the rotation on that one's different. So I can fix that. So these should be a half step apart from each other. Their rotation is the same right now. So how do I get, so if I actually tune them correctly, then this one on the left is going to be rotated too far. So I need to give some slack from that left one to the right one. So I'm going to pluck the right one and listen for when the pitch drops. It dropped. Now I'm going to tune this back up to the... Okay, I need to give more slack to it. So I'm doing it again. Oops, that was a slip. Good thing my tuning hammer's so light. There, that's better. It's better rotation now. Okay, tune the higher one first. Okay, now I'm going to stop talking through it. I'm just going to do it, okay? Let's do this. I can tell we've dropped way below pitch. I'm gonna just pull it to where it's clear. Now the higher I get up, they're going to rotate further than down there. All right. I want to get a pitch reference here. I'm curious. I can kind of have a I kind of have a feel for, okay, that's close to pitch or way low, you know, so it helps me from getting too high. I don't want to get too high and fatigue the wire, but I'm going to get another reference. Oh, whoops. Okay, so it should be, hey, we're there. We're right where we should be. Okay. If I ever see the string get caught back here, I can lift it up there. There's a few that got caught. So I'm just lifting them up onto the little bumps on the duplex bar where they should be. Let's keep going. Okay. Make a little adjustment here, rob from the rich, give to the poor. We went too far with that, so. Okay. Make another little adjustment. Loosen it. Oh, let me just throw my tools everywhere. I think we're alright still. Okay, so where I was. So when one's way lower but they're at the same rotation, I loosen the lower one and retighten. But I put my coil lifter there because otherwise the coil will drop. Okay, now listen. Now they're close to the same pitch, and now they are, and they're at the same rotation. So I just gave some of the string to the other side, and it helped even that rotation out. Okay. I know I'm way low pitch just from the sound. So we want to, I'm just going to kind of make the pitch higher. Alright, next one. So we want to go. Here we go. Next one. Next one. Okay, good enough. Now that one I'm going to adjust a little bit because they weren't rotated the same, so I'll loosen, give some slack. Okay, next one. Go there. Good enough. Tune the higher one first. Then go back and tune the other one. Okay. Do a little adjustment to even those out. I think we're way low pitch right now. It happens. That's okay. We're getting there. We're getting closer to our target with all this, and we're evening out the. Okay, that's good. That's what we want to hear. So, you know, when I say, oh, I might say like, oh, we're way low pitch, but it doesn't really matter that much. Just don't be way high a pitch. Okay, a little slight adjustment on this one. And these we already tuned up, but we'll go ahead and I'm gonna get a reference just for fun. No, I'm not. I don't need a reference. Okay. So what we're going to do now is, let me zoom you out. Okay. So what we're going to do is tune it up real quick. Okay. I'm trying to decide where I want to put the camera while I'm talking here. Whoops. Okay. So now I'm going to actually use reference to tune these notes up to pitch, but I'm going to go a little higher than pitch. I can move this for now. So basically, what I've achieved by pulling them up that point is that the coils are up high enough, hopefully, and tight together, really close to that. We'll refine that a little later, but that's where we're at, okay? Now, I have this pin block support under the piano, but it's causing some extra stress that's not normally there. I'm going to remove that pin block support for now. I'll have to replace it when I pound the bass pins in, but I'm going to remove it now just to let the tuning be a little more true without any weird contortion. I'm going to remove this painter's tape that was protecting the paint on the plate, and that looks beautiful. I'm really happy with that. Okay, so I'm going to use, normally I'll use my phone, but I'm filming with that. So I'm going to go grab a Sanderson AccuTuner. Now the AccuTuner is actually going to be really useful because it has a foot pedal switch, which means the tuner, some tuners are designed to follow you around as you tune, so that you don't have to push buttons, and it'll automatically, it's like an auto note detection. It'll say, oh, you're on this note, so I'm going to follow you around. That's great when you're fine tuning, but when you're way out of pitch, like a fifth or an octave or a third away from pitch, you don't want it jumping all around on you. You want it to stay put, okay? So we are going to set it so that I can activate the note switch with a foot switch only, okay? So now, now it'll step up when I've got a foot switch down here. When I step on it, the note display goes up, okay? But we just need to get to, this note is B2, C3, C sharp 3, okay? So we're going to try and tune this note here. But I want to set the machine, I want to make it 15 cents high because it's going to fall and fall and fall. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Start over. So, so I don't want none of that. I just want it to be, let's see, B, C, C sharp, yeah. And then we need to set the auto to step up. I want it to be 15 cents high. So I'm going to offset my machine so that it's tuning everything 15 cents high of A440, because when you tune something up, it pushes the bridge down, or pulls the bridge down, whatever you want to think of, and then it's looser. All the other strings are more loose. So it'll fall about 25-30% of the amount you pull it, okay? So I don't want to pull it that full amount way higher than my target, because that would be too much. I'm going to set a cap at 15 cents high, and I'm just going to keep tuning it at 15 cents high until it more or less stays there, okay? So let's see where we're at. So we're way low of it. There, that's 15 cents high. Actually, it's not quite yet. There, that's 15 cents high of where it would normally tune this pitch if we were tuning the piano to A440. So now I'm just going to keep chipping up. This is the chipping up part. And the pitch falls so fast on this initial tightening that it's worth it to tune every string to the machine. And you don't need to get it perfect, right? This is just really quick. Now, as we bring the whole thing close to tension, you'll notice the tone gets a clarity to it. Just key in on that and you'll get used to that, and you'll know just by kind of the timbre of the piano whether it's flat or sharp. Pick that I normally use for this that I really like for this job that got set somewhere. It's not worth chasing down right now, but so so I'll just keep going with my finger now. Here, and we'll get our cord out of the way here. That should gets a real nice sustain to it here. As it starts to engage the soundboard, that bridge, it pushes down in the bowl, which is like an upside down bowl. It pushes down on that. You start to get more clarity of tone. I'm gonna check my pitch, make sure I'm not crazy. Yeah, that is a D. So we're moving on to D sharp here. This could be a killer piano. It's got a good sound. There's a lot of sound coming off this board. Beautiful sustain. This area up in here separates the excellent pianos from the okay pianos. This is where, and then I'm getting a lot of tone. I'm loving it. Yeah, that is a good sustain there. That's sounding really good for that area of the piano. That can be the weakest part of the pianos, this area where I'm tuning right now. I'm just gonna see. Yeah, here we go. We'll keep chipping this up. Oh, will I get to this piano where it can be played? No. This one, I mean, it's not going far. The company that's hired me to do it's right nearby here, and they're going to put the player system in it. They sold the piano, so they're going to put a player system in it and finish regulating. My portion of this was to hang the hammers and put the new action parts on, get the hammers rough aligned, and replace the damper felts and paint the damper heads. So I've done that, but we may get a chance to hear it with a player system in it. That might be fun to just put on there. Okay, here we go. But I will have lots of pianos coming down the queue that we're taking the whole way. I own them and I'm going to sell them, and so we'll get to hear those. And those have, some of them have new soundboards. One just a new bridge cap on an old soundboard. So. I'm telling you, this piano has good tone. Especially for this transition here where they often get weak. Sometimes there's kind of a black hole right there. Great sound, great sound. Anyway, but I digress, I digress. What we're doing now is, what I'm gonna do now is I've pulled them all 15 cents high. Now I'm gonna go through, I'm gonna straighten the backs of the wires here. And I'll turn this off for a bit. Because the wire gets kind of deflected sometimes. Just because it started as a curve, and then now we're going to, and then now we pulled it tight, so it may not be in its optimal path on this back length. It might have like a bend to it a bit, okay? And yeah, those upper notes are really good, and that's not just the camera. I'll see if I can get it, if we can hear this piano later when it's all done. They're kind of rushing. They're trying to. It's kind of a rush thing that they have to put together next week. So maybe so. Anyway, I'm gonna go through here and any strings that are kind of bent, I'm just gonna straighten the back length out. So again, just making a straight line. I'm gonna use a different tool for that though. I might just use this brass piece. And okay. All right. You know what? I might just go to the old screwdriver on this one. It's gonna do more. What do I want to use? What do I want to use? Okay. I'm just gonna stick a screwdriver in here. And where needed, I'm just going to twist it, and it's going to take out the bend on those, okay? It's going to kind of assist me. Sometimes I'll just push it a little bit, and these are going to then be straight as can be, which takes out some of that slack. Now this one's kind of going off the hill a little bit. If I can, I would like it to ring out. I'm going to pull it up with my string hook. Oh, and it did stay. It might slip down there because the metal has like a pit in it right there. And then, you know, that can happen. You can have imperfections in this bar and things can, you know, slip off the edge. But if I can keep it where it's supposed to go, I will. So here we go there. So this is just taking out any potential slack that might come out over time if we don't take it out now. It may not come out over time, but it would take, it's just going to make the tone better, and it's going to help the strings stabilize faster. Okay. That's the working theory here. And let's see, let's pull this guy over a bit. There we go. Like that. Now some of these will be caught in a weird place on this bar, and there's nothing I can do about it because of imperfections in the side-to-side alignment with each piano. This piano was made a long time ago. I mean, you know, so we gotta. Okay, that one I think I can get on the bar and stay on the bar. Okay. Stay there. Now, of course, this will knock the pitch down from where I was just tuning, but I want to tune it up because I'm going to be knocking the pitch down a lot right now with what I'm doing. Between this and tapping the coils down and resetting them, So I didn't want it so loose that the coils will fall again, or that I have to go way, way up. So this just helps me. It's hard to, you can't really straighten it until it's close to pitch. Okay, so I'm lifting the string onto the bars as needed, straightening these things, these back lengths here. That'll help them ring true, maybe be a little better tuned. I don't know how they're tuned now. They're pretty close. This one was way different because it slipped off the bar here and it's getting choked on the bar on its neighbor, on the one next to it. And here we don't want them to make a buzz, but that's pretty good. I'm gonna scoot it over just a little bit. So in hindsight, well, actually no, not in hindsight. This is aligned as good as this bar can be because. Oh, I made a chip here. I'm going to have to touch that up. I do have touch up though. We can fix it. But anyway, if anything, this bar would need to go to the right, but it can't go to the right anymore because it's already butted up against the strut as far as it can be. So we're kind of stuck that way. All right. So straightening those out. I straightened this section out. I'm going to zoom out a little bit and you'll see me doing the same thing on the rest. Okay. And sometimes, like I said, they've slipped off or they've gotten caught on the sides, so you just lift them up with a string hook, straighten them out. This piano I put a new bridge cap on and was able to reset what down bearing I wanted. And the bridge cap is all brand new and everything, leveled out and all that. And so that makes a big difference why this piano sounds so much better. It didn't sound that great before, let me tell you. So the bridge cap was a good move. Okay, I need to move my palette for a minute so I can get to these back here. These that go over felt, I pretty much need to use the string hook to lift them as I'm straightening them. Screwdriver doesn't work as well. And these get pretty straight on their own, but this is just little tweaks here and there, tiny bit. Again, to stabilize and accelerate the time it takes for these strings to be more stable in tuning. That's what we're doing here. And also setting the groundwork for nice pure tone, okay? Okay. Now we have to mute. We have to mute that off, but we'll do it later here in a sec. First, I'm going to, now that I've done that, I'm going to look if there's any coils that are low. So there's a hole in the pin. If I can see the hole more than like half of it, I'm going to lift that coil, okay? Now, that's the beauty of these all being turned to the same direction for the most part. I can just look and I can see really quickly if there's any I want to lift. Here's one I want to lift, okay? Now I can look and now of course you know now that if I loosen one it's going to affect its neighbor, but these are both part of the same wire, so as long as I do the same thing to both it should be fine. So I'm just going to loosen, lift, retighten, loosen, lift, retighten, okay? Loosen, lift, retighten. And then I'll just tune it up again. Okay, done. And isn't that interesting? Okay, that's good. Here's another one I want to lift. And honestly, at this point, I'm not going to worry too much about evening out the Beckett bends. I'm not going to worry that much anyway. So there's just like a handful, if that, of tuning pins I want to lift up. Those all look pretty darn good. And I can do this later too if I want, if I see some later. I'm just gonna examine, here I see a tuning pin that's a little higher. I thought I did a pretty good job leveling, but I'm gonna put my support block underneath. And that one's high. I'm gonna tack that one down, because it's hard to get the same pitch and everything and rotation if one of the pins is higher or lower than the other. That's actually a key component that I didn't mention in our review. But let me grab a couple things. So I'm grabbing my punch. I'm gonna hammer this one down. I really only see one here that's sticking out that I want to change like that. Come on. Alright. Yeah, honestly, pretty good. Just a couple of these. While I have this tool out, I'll check and see if there's any others I want to tweak a little bit, but I think we're good. Everything else looks pretty darn good. Check this lower section, but nothing stuck out to me. So yeah, we are good. So now I'm gonna do, so there's no other coils there's one other coil I want to lift. There's one that dropped up here I need to fix. And we'll lift its buddy and we'll tune them up. Just gonna do the same thing to both sides, so then it should be equal still. Okay. Now, the first thing I'm going to do before I tap the coils down, because I've lifted any that are low, that was my next step. But I want to re-crimp all the Beckett bends in place, because they'll still go in further at this point, but if I let them settle, they won't go in further anymore. So I do two crimpings. I do that initial one, and then I do this final one. Okay, and it makes a big difference to help the string settle and be stable. Just takes a little pinch here on each one. Doesn't take that much time. one's already been pinched plenty. That was our sample. So when I'm teaching someone how to string in the shop, and I'll teach them all the steps, and I'll come back, this is one that they always forget. And I spot it right away. I'm like, those becket bends are kind of hanging out of that pin a little bit. We need to pinch them in. And so it's a good one. Remember this one if you're doing this. Pinch them in tight. Stabilize that string. I don't know if you heard that pop. That one was out a little further, so it kind of made a pop when it popped in. Those have been pinched in plenty. All right. So doing this will drop the pitch some. When you make any adjustment that drops the pitch on the tight string, you know you were doing some good stabilizing it. Oh, I see the note that Timothy did because it's a little different than mine. That's the other thing. If he did a good job, but a different person's going to pull a different tightness, and so it's not going to be consistent if you change people halfway through the stringing job. Just do the same person, and then the rotation of the pins will be much more consistent in the end. Alright, here we are. Getting there, getting there, getting there. Let's see. By the way, if you're with me here, thanks for joining me on my all-nighter here. Literally, I'm going to go until this is done. So if you're on the other side of the world and you're waking up and tuning in, you're in the right spot. Okay, pinch those all in. Now, I've got a tool like this. It's open on one end so that it doesn't break the becket. If there was I have a tool that's called a becket breaker. It looks like this, except there's no opening on one side, and that's for removing strings. It shears the becket right off. Okay, so this tool is designed to tap the coils down but not break the becket. So this open part goes where the becket is, and then you tap. Now, because I have all my rotations the same, this will go super quick and easy because it's basically going to be the same orientation on all the pins. Now, I'm not tapping really hard. I'm just lightly tapping the coils tight together, and I'm going to hear a sound and feel more of a bounce and a resistance when they're tight together and level. And now I'm going to start to see the hole in the pin, but just by about half of it. Okay, that's kind of what I want. is really nice. I'm liking it. This levels the coil, it puts it at the right height, and taps the coils tight together. All my criteria for a good stable stringing. Provided you lifted the coil high enough to begin with, right? So you want to lift it a little higher, just a tiny bit, so that when you go through and tap, it's at the right height overall. Okay. Now this will drop the pitch significantly, okay, when I do this. Okey-dokey. Right. Okay, let me take you on a tour of what we got here so far with that. I'll give you a close-up here, what the coils and everything are looking like. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Alrighty. Okay. So you can look at those coils, they're tight together, they're leveled. Now the holes are kind of poking out a little more than others. Let me zoom in just a bit. We'll get a real close look. Here we go. There's one where the hole sticks out a little more. I can lift that coil again. I can re-lift it, no big deal if I want. Others you see about half the hole. Okay, the coils are tight together. The pins are the same height. And that's what we're looking at here. Let's look at from the other side. The coils are tight together and they come off the pin in a uniform way, okay? And the distance between the coils and the plate is really consistent, okay? That's all my criteria. Coils, right? And then now let's look at the Beckett rotations. Now we're going to still do more tuning on this, so this will change a little bit. But you notice the Beckett bends are virtually in the same position relative to each other. There's some that are different, but again, a couple of these strings have been sitting on here longer, so they will have stretched more, like that one. And we're going to tune more, but let's see, those Beckett bends, the tuning pins are all kind of turned in a slightly diagonal way. So the question is that only an aesthetic consideration? Well, it's a practical consideration too. It is very aesthetic, but also look, all the tuning pins have the same amount of coil wrapped around the pin. So I can't help but think that that kind of consistency helps the tuning be consistent from string to string faster. Also, your tuning lever can be in virtually the same position as your tuning through the whole piano. And that helps. It's just very comfortable. It just feels like, yes, this is right. So this, you know, when you see a factory job done by a machine or someone who's really good, it'll be like this, okay? And you'll see some anomalies and things. There's another consideration. As far as the coils being tight together, that helps stabilize, things. Pinching those Beckets in tight, that helps stabilize things. The coils being at the same height, the way they're bearing on that felt, helps you have similar friction from pin to pin, okay? So the strings will render similarly as you're tuning it. All right, so it is aesthetic, but consistency breeds stability when it comes to this, okay? Great observations and questions there. I'm going to carry on. So now one other thing I like to check, I didn't think about, I'm going to zoom out here. Thank you, Johannes Braus, for the compliment. One other thing I like to check that usually isn't a big deal is that all the strings pull down and that they're against the plate, okay? And they did, and they are. So I don't need to tap those. I don't need to beat those into the paint and chip paint all over it. It's fine. It's buried into that position, okay? So there's nothing wrong with that. So now, what remains before I continue and string the bass is I need to chip it up one more time, okay? This is what I like to do anyway. Because I've loosened it a lot, I've changed the pitch. Now I want to tune it up and get those things kind of set where they're going to be in a more or less final way. So I've got my foot pedal here, got my tuner, and I'll set it again to 15 cents high again. And I'll keep doing that through this chipping process. And then later when the piano's been regulated and the hammers and dampers are on, then it's usually around 12 cents high, a 443, and at which point then I'll tune it to 12 cents high and then send it out the door. Usually that's my system, and I think it works pretty well. I like it anyway. Oh, I'm sitting here stomping on my foot pedal that's not plugged in and wondering why it's not working. Okay. All right, is it getting late here? It is getting late here, but anyway. There, now let's set the thing. Okay, so I'm gonna set this to, this is B, C sharp 3. And that's where we should be, and we need to set the machine 15 cents high. I'm doing that now, adjusting the numbers to 15 and offsetting the whole thing that way. Okay, now we're where we need to be. I'll tune it up again. Let's see how far it's fallen. About a half step. Or quarter tone. Now, the friction on the tuning pin, the tightness of it, just from that initial turning of the pins to now, changed a lot. It's a lot smoother, a lot easier to move, but still nice and tight. So it does change a lot, the first chipping. I'm telling you, this particular piano has a lot of tone. I'm not just making that up. So our little tapping the coils, straightening the bends, all that, I mean, it took 50 to 100 cents off of this. Well, that's not entirely true. The strings are stretching out very aggressively also. So I guess we got to take that into account. On my fingers, when I tighten it this much, I can feel the string rise. So it's kind of like dip down, bowing, loose, slightly loose, even though it's all pretty tight. And I can feel it rise as I pull it up a bit. This over here. Get the cord out of the way. And an interesting side note here I was thinking about, one of the things that gives the piano tone its quality is where the hammer is striking the string. Listen to the difference in tone when I strike it further away from me. You notice it's much more mellow in the middle and brighter towards the ends. So that's just FYI, that's one of the things that gives the piano its tone. So my harpsichords will have two ranks that strike the strings differently, and you can one further back, one closer in, and you get a different tone. So you get different timbres. Here's our A, which we're almost tuning to 444 right now. Little flat of it. Okay, there's my foot pedal. There we go. Hand's getting a little cramped there. Just about there. I'm gonna go shut that door on the compressor. Shut the door. Just 1 second here. Be right back. There, that's a little bit quieter. Okay, there we have it. That's at the pitch. You know, I've had my pin block support under here. That might change it a little bit, but that's okay. It's close enough. Very nice right here. It almost crescendos into this area. You hear that? Right there. Whereas a lot of times we'll have a kind of a dip in the tone. So I'm really happy with that. I mean, what did I do to affect that? It's mainly in doing the new bridge cap and setting the down bearing that we did that, and then the soundboard repairs that we did on it. Okay, so now I'm going to weave some felt in this area back here where we don't want it to sing out. Okay, so we're going to get some felt to weave in there while the bass strings aren't in my way. See, I had a piece sitting around that might be long enough. I'm gonna give it a go. So what I like, my favorite tool for this is my string hook. And what happens is this lower area will vibrate sympathetically in a noticeable way sometimes. This felt does a pretty good job choking it a bit, but then it cannot sometimes also. So we're gonna stick this under here. I'm gonna do 2 strings underneath, and then I'm gonna start going over, under, over, under. Okay. And just weave this thing all the way through this section. Nothing really tricky about this, other than just learning how to do it and kind of getting familiar with how it works, and then having a good tool to tuck this thing in and out without ripping. One of the secrets that I have run across is when Steinway switched to look. This is a woven felt. They used to use a braided material that's a lot thinner, like a braided string almost, and it would fray really easily, and it was a lot harder to weave in and out without kind of doing damage to it. So I like this stuff better. I think it looks classy, it mutes better, and it's easier to put in and out. So I'm glad they switched to that. Yeah, this isn't hard, but it needs to be done. Can't leave this undone, or you'll have some strange ringing tones on the piano as you play. So this area is meant to be muted, whereas up higher with this area is meant to sing out. Sometimes this even gets in the way though, so you can weave felt a little higher if needed, but I've definitely seen people go way overboard with that and kind of choke the tone of the piano. I don't like that, so. All right, over, under, over, under, over, under. Okay, now we'll go. Oh, you know what? I have to put the bass strings on that are at the very top of that before I can actually do this. So let me grab out the bass strings. Because the bass strings, they go over this bridge too, so they need to be felted off as well. Steinway M230749. That's the one. That's what we wanted. So I'm going to get these bass strings out. Here they are. I'm going to move my tuner out of the way. We don't need that here for a bit. Alright, so here are the bass strings that are custom for this model and its serial range. These bass strings are made by Mapes International, not International, Mapes Wire. And I better have my gloves on for these because my pH of my hands stains the copper brown like that. Some people don't. I'm not one of those people. So I need to put my pin block support under. First thing you check when you're going to string. Is the pin block supported? Alright, so we're going to support the pin block. Go get my gloves on and our string palette. Right there. Okay. So I got some strings to put on here, a few wound ones. They're kind of delicate because the copper that goes around the skinniest strings is really small, and you know how soft copper is. I mean, you got to be careful with this stuff. You don't want to start unraveling it from the end, okay? So here I am. I'm gonna do this. I'll give you a better view maybe of what we're doing, just a little bit to the left here. Okay, the strings are put on in order for us, and they've labeled it by serial number and model for me based on my order. Now this should be the skinniest one, and it is. So putting on the bass strings isn't that much different with one little twist. That's right, literal twist. Oh look, and I took off my tape that protected that area of the, let me show you. I took off my tape right here, I still needed it. Got ahead of myself a little bit, that's okay. It's only 4 strings, piece of cake, we can do that quick. Alright, so I'm just going to put some tape over this area to protect it. And that should be sufficient like that. Okay. Get my gloves back on. Alright, now for this I like to have these jeweler pliers to help feed through the A-grafts. Twist that up. I'm going to go get the other one out. I do 2 bass strings at a time. It's manageable, but much more than that and it gets unmanageable for me, I find. So it's not worth the putting out more than 2 at a time. Now these come a lot cleaner than my other wires, so I don't have to worry about the cloth usually. This wire is very clean. All right, I'm going to carefully pull this. I don't want the copper to get sucked into the A-graft and peel it off, and because that can create a buzz in the tone, okay? Which I don't want. Sorry, I'm just tweaking these A-grafts that I see that I want to. Okay, that's good. All right, so I'm going to go attach it on the other end here. Just keep track of which one's the right, which one's the left. You'll be all right. Just put on the hitch pin. Hitch pin. Hitch pin, hitch pin. Now I'm going to put my bean bag on there, which is hiding from us currently. Old bean bag. Come out. Here it is. These really like to pop off. Okay. Alright, as I was saying, putting in the bass string is the same as the other strings with one twist, and I'll show you what that twist is. Okay, we're going to measure. Oh, except guess what? The bass strings stretch differently. They stretch out a lot more. I need to shorten the length that I'm cutting, okay? I'm going to shorten it to 2 and 22 and 20. I'm going to try 22, 30 seconds. See where that gets me. Sometimes you have to just kind of experiment with the first one or two. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and mark the hole like we did the others. And the other hole. Okay. Coil the pin just like normal. Nope, I got ahead of myself, didn't I? Got to cut it. And then coil. McSeed. Okay. MCCD. Measure, cut, coil, and drive. Alright, there's that. Now we're going to coil these. Okay, here's the other twist. Now, so far this has all been the same. Before I drive the pin though, this one's measure, cut, coil, twist, and drive. And you twist it in the direction that the copper winding is going around the string. So you look at the end and you twist it one full twist that same direction. Bing, we're there. Alright, and then you drive. That's all there is to it. That's going to tighten the copper winding around the core wire a little bit to help mitigate against buzzing and to give it a little brighter of a tone. Okay, so now two more of these guys. Right there. Get my other one out. Bass strings really are quite easy, they go fast. Because there's only two strings for the note. Alright. Okay, here's a helpful friendly advice. When you get your bass strings, you may want to just pay careful attention as you're putting them on that the winding is all lining up and matching straight. If it doesn't, I mean something's wrong with the bass string, or there's not, or they forgot one out of your order or something like that. So just watch that carefully. It's happened in the past to me. And sometimes you can have a bass string that's just dead in tone, or that has a rattle or buzz, and you need a replacement. So you're going to need to contact the company and get a replacement. So you might want to plan for that as part of your job schedule, that could be a factor. Could happen to you. It's happened to me. Okay, what are we going to do before we drive? We're going to twist it in the direction of the winding. For these Mapes bass strings that, for the Steinways that they supply, Mapes is the supplier for New York Steinway and Sons, so that's why I use them for the Steinways. So the winding is counterclockwise on these. There are some piano makes where the winding is clockwise, so you just have to pay attention to what's what. Okay, now what am I going to do? I'm going to go through my process with just these 4, right? Now instead of turning the Beckett to 9 o'clock, these bass strings, they get tighter sooner and they stretch further in the long run to get up to pitch. So I'm only going to turn the Beckets to the 6 o'clock position. Then I'm going to crimp them. Okay, then I'm going to not do anything. I'm going to drive them in the rest of the way. That's what I'm going to do. Here we go with that. Actually, I got to get my good ear protection on. Okay, here we go. With bass strings, especially as we get down to the thicker ones, you just might leave them a little high, the pins, when you drive them. You know, here I'm just going to tighten it until it's, until it has like a pitch and the coil will stay up, all right? And this, you don't have to worry about the other string or anything. It's not a shared string, so you just tighten them. All right, here we go again on this one. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and now I'm going to tune them up, right? So I already have my reference from this plane wire. So it's pretty low, right? I'm just going to go a little at a time. Especially on these real skinny guys, they're kind of fragile. They can sound dead really quickly. Okay, now I'm going to crimp these in, the Beckett bands that is. Okay, I've got that. Now I'm going to check the pin height. That's good. Okay, I'm going to lift those coils again. They kind of sunk on me a little bit, so I'm going to get under here and lift it. Loosen and lift and retighten. That doesn't affect anything. Oops. There we go. The others look good. So tune it. Okay, now I can take my tape off down there. I can remove my pin block support. Okay. Take my tape off. those are pretty good. But I do notice that, no, they're about the same. That's a pretty good length for them. I think the length that I'm cutting, which was the 22/32. I'm just seeing where they ended up. And sometimes because of the speaking length and how much winding they put on, like, you know, having your Beckett bends end up exactly the same on the bass strings is a little bit more tricky. You don't have as much control over that as you do the others, it seems like, for me. So, okay, now I can finish winding that felt in the back now that we have those things. Now, I should probably tap the coils down and do all that, right? Let's do that. Okay, I'm going to tap these coils. And I'm going to check this back length, make sure it's straight, and that the loops went all the way down against the plate, and they did. So we're good there. Turn it back up, just to make sure it's nice and tight. Okay, now I'm going to go back to winding our felt in the back. Finish that up. That's not. This piano has a real short section to wind, so it's really not bad at all. Really not. In fact, it's quite easy. There we go. Now we can do it right. There we have these remaining strings. So don't do what I did. Don't forget your strings. For this one, I'm going to rob just a little more length from this. I had this piece was left over from another piano. I'm just trying to make do because it's just about the right length for what we need. But I need it a little longer on this side. And I'm going to wind it back over itself here. And go here and around. Now what I do to keep this, get this thing to stay, and you're not going to see this from there, but I lift the string, the tail of the string just a little bit, and then I pinch the felt in the bar where that was, and that's all I have to do, and then it'll stay, okay? So that's my secret there. It's not my secret, it's just what a good way to do it. That I saw the factory people do. Okay. Alright, that's good enough. Okay, now there's no tone virtually coming out of there, okay? That's what we want. Okay, so I'm going to trim this in a nice fashion. Just going to cut a little forked tongue in it. And I go one side then over the other side. Okay, that's not going anywhere. Then this side we'll finish off here. Where's my string hook? Well, now I don't know where I set my string hook. Oh, there it is over there. Okay, so I got my string hook. I'll zoom in here a little bit. You can see how I'm going to finish this part. Yeah, the tone of this one's really good, actually, this piano. Okay, so we're gonna go back underneath and pull it up through here. Okay, and then we're gonna keep going underneath there. Okay. Back over this. And we're going to double back on top of itself. And that'll kind of lock it in place. Just double backing over the same pattern. So even though I don't have a tail to wedge it under, I can do this. Okay, come on, come on. Come on, come on. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to keep weaving this a little couple more towards me here. Okay, now we'll cut the forked tongue into this part here. I'm not going to leave excess on this one. Sometimes I'll leave excess if a technician wants to weave it further up, but I'm pretty confident that's a good spot for it on this piano. So no need for that. All right. So that's really all we had to do before we'd be ready to string the bass. So that's not a bad thing. I'm just going to get a quick drink and carry on with these bass strings now, and we'll finish up. Alrighty. Here we go. I'm going to finish up. We're going to load up with some tuning pins. And that should probably do it, honestly. There's always little extras after we're done. Alright, so the bass section. We have arrived. I'm just going to put this cloth there on the soundboard. Put my beanbag back here handy. And get my gloves on. Now, the bass strings, I'm able to, I like to pull them from this side. I'm able to put my palette on the right side, which actually works a little better for me once I get used to it. I actually prefer this way. I'm going to put all my tools back that I've moved for various reasons, just so we know where they all are. Alright, it's not going to go there. Oh. Alright. Oh, before I put my gloves on, I want to tape the, I'm going to put the I'm going to put the camera on the other side since we're doing the base. You'll be able to see the pinning area where I work on it most closely. Okay. Boy, my charger's kind of acting up on me here. Let's try this again. Okay, there we go. All right, I think we're all set now. Okay, here's the base section, right? So that's kind of a good view. So before I put my gloves on, I want to protect these areas of the plate right here where it fans out. Otherwise, they'll get marked up from the strings. So I'll do this in the same way that I usually do. Make kind of a fold here, and just a little bit of sticky part left over. And we'll just kind of stick it there, maybe even over a little bit more. So it's barely kind of sticking on there, but it's going to protect it, okay? That way it's easy to get off later after the strings are on. All right. Do this part here. Actually, kind of want to go with two of them. That one and another one on top of it. This is a short one for the very lowest strings. Okay. All right, that's protected now. Well enough. Now I can get my gloves on, I think. But before I do that, I want to drill out like 1 or 2 or 3 of these pins a little wider, because the biggest bass strings, sometimes they don't fit in these pins. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to run the drill backwards so this doesn't break, hopefully. Okay, now I'll drill forwards. Whoop. Oh darn it, it's not chucked tight enough. Okay, we'll try it again. You know what I think? I think someone's changed my drill bit, and this isn't the right one. Let's get a different one. We're going to try this. I think that drill bit was, I don't know where it came from. Someone thought it was the one that went in there, and it's not. This pin is a new pin. That other one I messed up, so we got plenty of pins. There we go. Now we'll put this special pin right here. We'll just do a few of those. Okay, I broke the tip of the drill bit off in there. All right, that pin's done. Bullseye. Swoosh. Well, I've got one that's wider. If I need another one, I'll drill it at that point. Now, what do you do before you string? You say to yourself, is the pin block supported? And if it's not, why support it? So we're going to support it right underneath here. Okay. All right. put our gloves on. Then I'm going to put the bass strings on, right? I'm going to clip this copper thing a little shorter so I can pull them off faster. And we are off to the races. One and two. This will be done. This will be done before you know it. Just keep track of your left and right as always. Go there. These go much faster because they do. I don't know. Okay, I might change the cut length on these to just a little bit shorter. So we were at so I had this at 22 30 seconds. I'm going to go to 20 30 seconds. 1 and 20 30 seconds, and we'll see how that shapes out here with everything. Same thing, we're going to mark it, measure it with the tool, cut it. Coil it. There we go. Twist it and drive it. Right? Right. Okay, and onward. There are 26 notes in this bass section, and many bass sections for that matter. There are 10 notes that just have one string on them, and there are 16 notes that have two strings to them. So you get 32 plus, so you got 42 strings to put on, and we do them two at a time. So that's 21 groups, and we've almost done 2 groups already, right? So it goes pretty quick. If my energy is winding down, you'll excuse me, it's getting rather late here. But I do need to finish this before the morning, and we're almost there. Twist and twist and drive. check my A-graph alignment as I go. That I want the head of the A-graph to be perpendicular to the pathway of the strings. These are really close to the way I have them set. Just tweaking a little bit. Might as well do it now while I can. And then I know, once I do those, then I know, okay, these others are going to be similar to that. So I can kind of do the next several based off of what I saw on the first few notes, okay? Just tweaking them a little. Okay, and I think that's about where it will kind of even out. We'll see how it goes. So just kind of keep an eye on that as you go. That's all I'm saying there. As long as you have that T handle to tweak the A-graphs, it goes really smooth. Okay, measure. Cut. Coil. So if you just remember that bass strings are the same as the others, but with a twist, with one other twist, you won't forget to twist them. And pretty soon after you do a few pianos, it just becomes second nature to you. What am I doing here? Another string. When I saw that I was running out of Diet Coke, that was kind of the last straw here tonight. So it's like, ooh, now I'm feeling it all of a sudden because of the mental aspect of that blow. It was a big blow. Big blow. Okay, marking it. Okay. Cutting. Another cut here. Drive it. Okay. Got to be careful with your tuning pin crank here that you don't hit the paint of the plate. Right. I don't usually work in silence. Usually like to have music, I think I mentioned, but live streaming makes that, unless I put some ear things on, which I don't like to put stuff in my ears typically. Um, it'll just block the live stream because of copyright issues, unfortunately, so. Piano makes some fun noises when you got strings vibrating all over at different tuning frequencies there. Got caught on me over there a little bit. Tweak these A graphs a bit more. So these bass strings, they stretch quite a ways. Take note of how far the end of the wrapping is from the A graph right now, and then compare it after I tune it up. You'll see just how much it changes. Okay, this one's fishy. This string looks a little fishy because the winding barely cleared the pin over here on the bridge, but its neighbor so this doesn't look right. I was telling you, you got to watch your strings, right? These two strings got flipped around somehow in the order, it looks like. So I got to swap them. So I'm going to pull them off. You have to watch for stuff like that. It can happen, I tell you. You know, or maybe I did it while I was like, you know, doing just because I'm tired. But let's see here. We'll see if this works out a little better the way it's gonna lay out now. That looks correct. Yeah. As far as I can tell, those two strings got switched. Oh, but look. The winding on these is way close to the end here. Something's a little wacky. So, you know, if you have something like this, you got to figure out, well, what's the deal, right? Because if I pull these up, they're going to like run into this A graph at this point. So what I'm going to do It's almost as if these are a lower string. They're meant to be lower. Okay, so did something happen here? So I'm going to leave these in reserve for a second. Or you know what I'm going to... Yeah, I'm going to leave these in reserve. They're still hooked onto the back there. Let's see what comes off the line next. Let's see here. This feels skinnier. I can measure it with a micrometer. I'm just going to put one on to see what this next one's like. Just to see. Just out of curiosity. What happens if we put that string on next? That's still a little long. Let's count how many strings we have left here on this spool. We have 2, 4, 6, 7. So we have 4, 6, 7, 8, 10. And we should have 6, 8, 10. We should have 10. So this is what I need to do. I need to figure out what's going on here. Need to line these up together. Those all look pretty straightforward to me. So interesting. We'll put this one here and the one pin over. See what we get. Now that looks correct. I'm going to get out the micrometer, see if I can tell anything that way. I'm going to measure thicknesses of wire. Okay, this one, the core wire is, let's see here. See what our core wire is. It is 39. So 39 minus 5 is 34. Divided by 2 is 17. So that core wire measures as 17. What about this core? This one's 40. This one is also 40. Yeah. So this core wire is skinnier, and yet it was on the other side of the two. Oh, this one's 39. Okay, I think we just flopped two sets of strings, got switched from each other, I'm thinking. Let's see if that's the case. So if that's the case, this one would go right here. Let's see how that lays out. Looks good from this side. Looks good from that side. Yay, that works. Can you see how they should be lined up like this? And then the other side, it matches to what it should. So yeah, how did that happen? Don't know, but I think we've sorted it out. Because this is 40, this is 40, and then it's going to get thicker, I'm guessing. Nope, that's 40 also, core wire. But the length is a dead giveaway. That's where you first get the red flag, is you're like, that winding, what I saw was that the winding was going to hit the A grafts, and then it barely cleared the bridge pin on that side. So with a little detective work, luckily I think we have the right number of strings. We just had them in the wrong order. So this one is correct. It can only be this set. So I'm going to go ahead and tether these in, and then we'll go from there. Told you gotta watch you gotta watch this thing, you know, when you get a bass string set. Stuff can happen. I know it wasn't me now. If I'm pulling them off on order, they're on a stringer. So they got out of order here, unfortunately. You just gotta you have to kind of just not totally be asleep while you're stringing the bass for that reason. Now, I don't know which of these, I have to figure out which one's going to go on which hitch pin for these guys. So I look from the back, and they're equal because they should be equal because it's a curve. So that one's a little shorter. So this one needs to go here. This one needs to go here. No, it needs to go here. And this one needs to go here. And then that's correct. Okay. Okay. I think we're sorted out for the time being anyway. There we go. There's one. And the two. Put it on here and take a look here. Yeah, and those match that line. So this is correct. So I think we've got it sorted out as long as there aren't any others that got swapped for whatever reason. There we go. And there we go. All right. It's looking good now. Gotta keep your eye out when you're stringing these bass strings. They can be out of order. One time we had a set come in and it was missing a string, and the person who was stringing didn't key into that fact right away. So you got to watch your windings. they'll tell the story really quick because they should line up in a nice line or curve based on the distance from here to there. Right. Come on. So the thickest, the core wire we've seen so far is just 17 and a half on these bass strings. So that's not bad. We were working with that earlier, right? But it'll get very thick really in a hurry towards the lowest notes. Because it gets so thick, because you have to have that mass to get a low note. But then, because you have to have enough tension to have a strong enough sound. If it's too loose, you don't have a strong sound at all that's clear. But if you tighten it too much, then the pitch is too high. So you got to add mass to find what you can do. And then what happens, you add mass, you got a really thick wire, so then it doesn't vibrate very smoothly, and you get inharmonicity where the partials, the overtones, are really skewed sharp from what they would be harmonically, according to the harmonic series. So yeah, so that's why the tuning never really sounds really great on the low notes of a short piano. But these Steinways aren't so bad. A Steinway M does a pretty good job for the size piano it is. Tell you what. Okay. Looking good. Yeah, but stiffness can come because of two different factors in the wire. Because the stiffness is what from my understanding, what contributes to the inharmonicity a lot. And you can get stiffness by having a high tension or a really thick wire. Both of those things at a certain point will create greater inharmonicity. But you also need low notes in a piano. So again, that's why the longer the piano is, the better it sounds. I mean, you get, first of all, you get a bigger soundboard, right? And that helps project the sound. Longer strings, nice sustain, but in the bass, but also the tuning is more true in the bass. It's not as compromised. It's a smoother graduation in the. Okay, so those are all the bichords. Now we get to the real fatties, the real like boa constrictors now. Oh, well, okay, that's a little bit exaggerated, but here, I'm gonna move the camera and I'll let you kind of check this side of it here. Zoom in there a bit. Let's see, we'll pull back on that so you can kind of see the whole picture. All right. So now we get this secondary wrap, which has the fat strings in it, the single strings. So there's 10 more here. So let's see which one comes off first. Oh, it's the skinniest one, which makes sense. It's the next one in line. So we'll put that on. Now I need to tweak my A graphs a little bit here. They're not quite perpendicular to the strings, okay? Does it matter that much? I don't know. It gives the string the most freedom there at that termination, room to vibrate. So I like the idea of it being perpendicular to the string path. Just seems right to me. I think that's the way it was designed. So let's execute that design to the fullest, right? All right. That's my thinking anyway. Tweak the next several to line up accordingly. I'm not saying it's going to give it a horrible tone the way it was, but I just like to not introduce any other factors. Okay, these are single strings, but we can still do one. We can still do two at a time. If I do much more than two at a time, it gets a little awkward. Okay. Cut this copper shorter, get it out of our way, and I'm going to move these strings over to this side. There we go. That will help us a little bit in this section. Okay. Yes, these wires are definitely thicker, I can feel. We're still going to twist them here like this. Okay. Sort this out here. Getting thick. Gotta get the muscles out here. Guys, we're almost done with this piano. With the stringing, anyway. We are so close to done. All right. Just about to the point where I can't fit this block in there anymore. And then I just have to turn them in my hand. We'll see if that's the next group or if I can, or if it'll happen a little later, but they're getting thicker, that's for sure. Alright, here we are. Getting a little hard to work with here. Must mean that we're almost done. Could barely cut that because it's so thick. I have to get new cutters here. There we go. Stretch the back from that one. Woo. Just trying to get it in the tuning pin hole. Okay, let's see if I can use this block anymore. Just barely I can sneak it in there. I don't know about this other one. So what do you call it? The thickness of the wires on a shorter grand piano, or shorter piano in general, is they're thicker on a shorter piano than a longer piano. I can't use this block anymore. So I just have to go by hand, which isn't a big deal, but just for a few of them. Okay, there we go. Still need to spin it though, even though it gets really hard to do. Okay, spin this one. Alright. That popped off the end, so my spinning did me no good. I've got to put that back on here. Okay, I'm going to have to spin that again. See if we can keep it on the hitch pin this time. Alright. Okay, I think we're going to do one string at a time down here because we're running out of workable room there. Now these guys are boa constrictors right here. Okay. So here I'm not going to use the block, just the pin. Okay, and I got the tuning pin on. That's good because I only have one pin drilled out if you were around. Drilled out a pin a little wider for this last string if needed. So I'm just going to try and keep those coils up tight together. And you don't want to hit the surrounding parts around you. Now we need to twist while keeping it somewhat tight against that back. They tend to pop off like that. It popped off. I'm going to coil it tighter so it won't pop off next time. Okay. You rotate that coil about as far as you can, and then you got to kind of change positions and do it again. Okay. I'm going to put it back on the tail and try again. Okay, still have to twist it. Gives it a good tone, and then Now that's going to be tight enough when I yank this thing because I coiled it tighter. So that's good. It should stay on fine. Okay, last one. Last string anyway. Make sure my gold is protected under there. Okay, here we go. Wow, that was a thick wire. I don't think it will fit into the tuning pin hole. These tuning pins have a smaller hole. Yeah, it doesn't. So I drilled this one out a little wider with just a drill bit, and that works. So that's what I find on these M's you have to do on the last note or two if you're using these tuning pins. These are really good tuning pins. They're Klinke and from Germany, and I really like them. But anyway, so now we need to coil this enough that it's going to be tight after we twist it and pull it and all that stuff. So another coil might not be a bad idea. One more spin a little bit here. And that might be as good as we get here. All right, I'm going to try and twist it, and it might pop off. It might pop off. It's very stiff to twist. Okay. So what I might have to do is just tack it down just a tiny bit, and hopefully it won't pop off. Okay. Now what I might need to do is to start turning the pin a little bit to tighten that up a little bit more, okay? Now I'm going to hit it in again, a little deeper this time. Okay. And I might tighten that even more here. Because it's going to get loose otherwise, right? I'll do the same to this one. I'm going to tighten them all to the 7 o'clock position, I think. 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, something like that. Yeah, 7. Instead of the 9 like we did on the other strings, we're going to go to 7 o'clock on these. Okay. I'm feeling the strings for the tension. I can tell like when they're kind of, just to make sure there's not one that's really tight for some reason that surprised me. Remember, when I drive these pins down, it's going to loosen these strings quite a bit. So I don't want them to pop off the end of the on the hitch pin back there. That's why I'm doing this preliminary tightening. And I'm feeling the string rise up into my finger, and I can tell it's still loose enough. I just don't want to be surprised, because you don't want to over tighten these, break a bass string or compromise it at all. But they all feel really consistent so far. So now the Beckett bends are just hanging out a little far outside of the pin, so I need to crimp those in. And I will do that here shortly. Before I run these in, well, I can crimp them, that's not a big deal. So I can do that without worrying about it at all. So I'm gonna crimp these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't have to count them, I don't know what I'm doing, I'm tired. Oh, what a world, what a day. Crimping these in. Then I'm going to drive them down here. I'm going to get my headphones on. Now the bass strings are much thicker, okay? So you have to watch when you're driving them that you don't want to get as close. You want to maybe stay a little high at first off of the plate so that there's room to get a tool under there and things. I'm going to get my ear protection on for this. We'll drive away here. So I'm just looking at the height, just kind of getting it similar here. From pin to pin. And that's pretty good to start. I might tap them down deeper a little later, but this is good. I want to be a little high if anything. Okay, so now I'm going to coil lift and tighten these a little further. I just want to tighten them to the point where the coils are going to stay. It's probably about a quarter turn. Something like that, and they start to get pitch to them. So I'm kind of tightening them to the 10 o'clock position, kind of like we did with the other strings. Now when I get to the lower ones, I don't want to just tighten 10 o'clock blindly because they won't need to rotate as much. You know, it's not uncommon, you'll think, oh, that's still a little loose, and actually on A0, and then go to tune it, you're like, oh, I was there, or I was sharp, you know? So you don't want to pull them sharp yet. Not really sharp anyway. So here I'm just lifting the coils. Not worried about pitch, just worried about general tightness, and I can tell, I can kind of feel and see, you know, how tight, and you get used to how tight they're going to be when they're all the way to pitch, and we're still a ways from that, quite a ways. These have to stretch quite a bit before they get up to pitch initially. That's why I measure a shorter cut length for them. The lower we get here, the less I have to turn it. But I do want that coil to stay up tight. That's my main goal here. That one might be close to pitch. Not sure. The string is pulling closer. The winding is coming up almost like a quarter inch closer to than where it was. Coil's really great, but it's going to be hard to fix it this first time. I might have to tighten it and then keep trying to fix it, pound the pin down a little deeper, and then it'll go up easier. So we'll keep fishing with that a little bit. Nice and low for now. And now I need to drive the pins down deeper now that I can kind of see more what's going on. I can move my tape out of the way here. So I'm going to drive these pins a little more in the lowest part here, and that'll help my coil get up tight together. I just made a mistake. I'm gonna have to touch that up. I didn't have this on a pin and it hammered right into the gold. That was a mistake. I can make it disappear, I'm pretty sure, but look at them from the other side of these others, the height here. Okay, I think I can go a little lower on some of these. Okay, now when I loosen them and lift the coils will lift up a little better. They're pretty sloppy down here. I don't know if I have enough battery to untether here and show you. I probably don't. Yeah, I don't have enough battery to untether and show you, but the coils down here, they're just not tight together. So I'm gonna put my coil lifter under here if I can, and then loosen and lift it and then retighten. Same thing here. I'll just do that across the whole section. I'm just loosening, lifting with my coil lifter, retightening. Again, sorry I'm right in your way, but I'm tethered to power and my battery's about dead, so. Okay. There we go. Getting these coils higher now that I've driven the pins down enough so that they'll stay. And then I'll tighten them down, I'll tap them down to make them nice and tight and level. There's plenty of friction on the pin block. No concern about, making these too loose or anything by moving them out and back in. No concern at all with that. Okay, my pallet's getting in my way now, so well out of the way. Okay. Let's see, there's some more I probably want to lift here. Just a bit. So I'm basically lifting to cover the holes so that I can tap back down and they'll be at the right height. So loosen, lift, tighten. Okay. So now they're pretty high. They're high where I'd want them. Now I'm gonna get close to pitch. So we're an octave low. I'm not gonna go all the way. Not tuning to any specific pitch, just to a clear pitch and where it's tighter. Right? See how wobbly it is? Now I'm kind of going down by half steps, because the lower you get, the less you have to tighten. I don't know where the pitch should be, but you don't have to. You can tell just by how loose the string is that you're not there yet. Hopefully those are still low of where they're going to be. Now I'm just going to keep going back down through just roughly by half steps. Still way low of a half step, right? We can pull this blanket out so we can hear the notes ring, right? Don't need that anymore. Real loose, wide half steps. getting closer. Okay, now it's close enough. I'm going to remove the pin block support. And I'm going to go tap the back side of where it goes on the hitch pin. Because I twisted the strings, the loop on the back's going to be like cocked to one side. So I'm just going to tap it down with a little brass piece, you know, just something gentle, and make sure they're all flat to get rid of any potential slack that would come later. And these are mostly laying flat. They're not too bad yet. Usually it's the fatter strings where they'll be sticking up still. These actually kind of found their place pretty well. Just hear little clicks here and there. Those were pretty good. I didn't really have to change a whole lot on that. Okay, we are now going to get out the tuner and tune it to 15 cents high in that area. And yeah, so let me get out my tuning machine. We already had this on earlier when we tuned the tenor and the treble, right? So should be pretty close. I'm gonna offset the machine 15 cents high. That's where I like to tune it. Keep tuning it there. I don't overshoot 15. I just go right to 15. Okay, now this should be B2. I want to get a good reference here. This should be C sharp 3 here. Okay, I'm going to set my foot switch to go down, follow me down. Well, it's not going to follow me down, but it'll advance down when I click it. Okay, so I want to be here A sharp. That one was almost a pitch, I think. It's hard to tell without the hammer. Because the hammer hits it like this. It's a lot easier to tell. Yeah, that A was right on basically. So we nailed that. Okay, but I haven't tapped down the coil, so I gotta do that. And that's gonna knock the pitch down again, and then we'll stretch it again. Okay, so this kind of is how it goes. Now, if there's any wires that are hanging low off the coil, I want to pull those up now, or attempt to pull them up. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to use a string hook, though, for number 8 for the lowest note, in the hopes that I can pull it a little higher than I could with my tool. So I got to get here. And you know what? It's like... it's difficult. Straight up difficult to do that. We got... it's a little sharp now. Let's tap it down again. Just seeing if I can get these coils as tight as can be together. Try it again with my coil lifter. That worked. Almost. Thought it worked, but it didn't really actually. Alright, let's try that. Wow. That's as good as that one gets. So I think we pretty much arrived. We just need to retune it, tune it up one more time. So we're going to go back up to, I'm going to tune all the bass strings again. So we're going to go all the way to C3 up here on in the tenor bridge. Now we have a little bit of chipping up still to do. So I've chipped the tenor, right, and I've chipped the. We did that, the tenor and the treble, and now we've just kind of chipped at the bass. But the tenor and treble will have dropped quite a bit. But so I'm gonna weave. The only other thing I really need to do in terms of prep is I need to weave some felt on this part so it doesn't, vibrate so much. Okay, so I'm gonna do that, and let me grab some felt for that. I have this scrap piece that might be long enough. It looks kind of a different color though. Let me see here. Looks a little more of a faded color. Nah, maybe not. Maybe it's in my head. Let's see this stuff here. Well, alright, it's all the same. It's all the same as far as I can tell, so we'll go ahead and weave that through there. And I like to use the string hook for that, which I just had out so I know it's around here in the key bed. Boy, we are just about there, aren't we? Alright, now we're going to do over under. Alright, so now I'm just gonna lift this lowest string a little bit and pinch the felt in there so it can't move, or try to anyway. Might not let me very well. Try that again from this. There we go. Now it's stuck on there. And I'm gonna go ahead and leave this back on top of itself. For this one, I'm just going to go in a few weaves and then cut it for this design. Okay. And then I can go here. Alright, now we're going to tuck this in under itself. There's no wrong way to do this. You really just different styles. You're muting off the strings. That's all you're, I mean, that's the idea, right? So, long as they don't ring, you're fine. You know, I could go, no, that's good enough. I'm just going to trim it like that. I think we'll be fine. Looks good to me. There we go. All right, now we'll just chip it up. You know, one thing that's interesting to me is the bass strings, they lose the most pitch, it seems like, you know, initially when you string a piano. But then they become the most stable part of the piano, you know, and after that, you know, whereas the treble, you know, I don't know, it stabilizes a little faster, but then it's the middle of the piano is where the pitch is going to change the most because that soundboard going up and down. Now I'm looking back here because I want to see how far the soundboard. Yeah, the soundboard between when the strings, before the strings are on it, pushing down on the bridge. That's really live. You hear that? That's a really live chord and everything. Anyway, before the strings, these pins on the bridge were like hitting this strut. But when you load it with the string tension, it goes down about 4 millimeters. So now they clear just fine, right? So anyway, that's nice and boomy. I'm liking that. We're just gonna chip this the final time or two, and this is gonna be a really super piano. Okay, so all we gotta do is here. I'm gonna set my machine. I've got it to 15 cents high. I'm gonna go to C#3 because now that's fallen. I'm gonna tune that up, okay? I need to get my foot switch here, and I need to set it to go up with me instead of down. So I'm gonna push up and then set it. Okay, there we go. You hear that crack? That would have been a bass string like a, you know, just releasing some tension. This is a very exciting piano sound this piano has. I'm very encouraged by this. It speaks very easily. That that duplex rear duplex tuning is really good actually. It ended up really nice in this piano. Look. Really nice tone. Really great for that area of the that area of the piano. Really great sustain and tone. Boy, I like this tone I'm getting out of the piano. Really nice sustain. Wow. Okay. We'll do the base again. And I keep cycling through until it stays basically at 15 cents high. Now tomorrow it might not stay at 15 cents high, but at least while I'm going through it. So it's a lot of tuning, a lot of initial tuning when you string a piano, right? Alright, put my gloves on so I don't stain the bass strings, the copper on them. Okay, here we go. Because one of the things besides the wire, the actual metal stretching out, we're also dealing with it when we tighten every area, the bridges, it's pushing down on the soundboard, which is gonna, if the string was tight over here and the soundboard gets pushed down, now it's loose, okay? Because the strings go over the bridge. And so if that goes down, they're less tight. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's go to B flat. Okay. Now we're just going to go back up. We're getting really close. It's starting to stay pretty well. So let's see if we've dropped any here. Whoops. Need my bare hands here. That creates his pain. That's just a killer sound. Getting close. Some of these are sharp, which is good. right. This is an incredibly live piano. Very, very live.